Testing. Good morning, everybody. This is the morning AM session of ZBA. Good morning. Uh, Good, thank you. Merry Christmas. Okay, everyone, yes, thank you. Find the appearance form on the table. Look for the one that contains the address that you are here for. I put the addresses up top, so check the form to find the address. Hello. And what you do is you sign on the top if you are here in favor of the applicant, or you sign on the bottom if you are here in opposition. Everyone signs in, lawyers, experts, witnesses, everyone. So find your address, and then after you're done, return the form to the table. I'll be collecting them for the chairman and for the court reporter. If you don't sign it, you weren't here. We ask that you not bring in food or drinks. Now, if you are here in opposition, I would recommend sitting on the east side of the room, which is to your right as you're facing front. If you are here with the applicant, you can sit on the west side of the room. I put plenty of pens there. Okay. Again, for all the newcomers, find the address of the property that you are here for, the subject property. Fill in the top with your name and address if you are here with the applicant. Fill in the bottom part if you are opposed to the applicant's project. We need your full name and address so I can send the notices out or the resolutions out to you. Yes, you can sit down because then you're going to go in that way. If you're in opposition, you go in
go on the
that
other
way,
side.
right? So it's a little easier.
Yeah, what do we want?
Yeah, come on in. Yeah, you did sign the appearance form,
Yeah.
right? Okay, cool.
Does the applicant sign?
Everyone signs.
Everyone signs.
Everyone signs, yes.
Thank you.
That was an excellent question. Everyone signs. If you don't sign, you weren't here. What was that, sir?
We're not.
Oh, okay. Are you in the 2:00 session? No. 47523. 47523.
Morning, hi. Nice to meet you.
Who told you it was right? The question, the gentleman down there in the maroon, top, you see him talking over there? He's an applicant. I guess so. If you took the form, the appearance form, please return. We have people trying to find their forms. We're looking for 153 West Ohio, 153 West Ohio. Please return the form. Hi, no,
No, it
you
wasn't.
didn't take it? Okay,
I didn't do it.
that's fine, then I won't arrest you.
It
Then I
wasn't
won't
him.
arrest you. And I won't throw you in those cages on 3M. We have cages.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very kind. It must be the Christmas holiday.
Nice to see you, Council. Okay, please return the forms. If you can't find the forms, I put some forms there.
Walking away.
Okay. I don't think you had that one. Okay, again, if you can't find your form, I do have some blanks there. If you be sure to fill in the address of the subject property on the top. And then, of course, sign in whether you're with opposition or you're with the applicant. And your full name and address where you want me to send these resolutions. Yes, sir. Okay. Go over to that gentleman in the purple right there. He's got someone right
Oh,
there.
I see with the chain.
Yeah. Now, while we're doing that. For those of you who will be requesting a continuance on a matter, you're going to line up in this aisle on the west side, right near the board, okay? You're going to line up in that second aisle. And then you're going to announce your case and the reason for your continuance. Thank you. Okay. Hi, how are you? Okay. Okay, if you don't mind returning your phone, yes, that'd be great. What was the property you're? There's no, address.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Where,
okay.
where do I?
Let me see, that would be 35 20 West Diversey. Okay. Hold up for 1 minute, please. Will the attorney or applicant for 3520 West Diversey, 3520 West Diversey, the attorney or applicant, please come forward? Okay. 3520 West Diversey? Okay. Is counsel here yet? No? Okay, we have someone here in opposition. Okay. So what they do is they'll talk. Okay, and I'll put this back on the, yeah, you can look at it.
Put it back there.
Oh, Juna, okay, then did you sign the form that that gentleman just took? Okay, 520? Okay. We return, yeah, or if you want to go back there and talk to him, he'll probably talk to you. Anyone here for 3520 West Diversey? Oh, you're here for that one? Yeah. Those people are in opposition. Right by Mr. Kerwin. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, next, okay, again, I'm over here in the aisle. Anyone that is requesting a continuance will line up in this aisle where I'm standing. The continuances will be taken first. Additionally, please be careful with the flooring. The flooring has different levels. It can go up one and down the other. I've been there, done that. Okay. Hello, sir. Can I help you? You're with Cream? Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Hollywood after. Thank you again, everybody, for signing the appearance forms. If you're done with them, you can return them to the table. This is a big help to the chairman and to the court reporter. Perfect.
Maybe Sarah will. Because I bumped into her. Oh, yeah.
Garrick Dickerson, where's, you already know, okay, the Alderman's office. The Alderman's, the representative from the Alderman's office, would you like to talk with her?
Good morning.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December 15, 2023 meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. With me today are Commissioners Zurich Esposito to my left and Sam Toya to my right. I'd like to call this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioner Esposito.
Here.
Commissioner Toya.
Here.
I am present, quorum is established. The minutes of November's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda is approved. Now I will take continuances and withdrawals.
Good morning. My name is Jaime Gascon. We are on page 2. Address is 2008 West 18th Street. We'd like to request a continuance. Our expert witness and the owner weren't able to attend today.
Or 41.
Okay, so this is calendar number 44123S. This matter will be continued to February 16, 2024, and no further notice will be given. That's the 2 p.m. call.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning. My
Morning.
name is Kareem Musower. I'm here on the page, on the applicant on the bottom of page 1, 429-23S.
Which one was that?
On the bottom of page 1439-23S. This is Murphy's Lounge, doing business as Blacks. The attorney for this case is Harlan Powell, and he's been talking to the staff and indicated that there are a couple of issues that are still need to be resolved, and he's asking for a 2-month continuance.
Okay, so this is calendar number 43923S. Will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant for 4462323S on the bottom of page 2, Ferry Paws, Chicago. We have some corrections from the Department of Planning that we'd like to address, asking for a 2-month continuance.
All right, so calendar number 44623S will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good
Morning.
morning, Chairman. Nick Fatikas on behalf of the applicant. Bottom of page 5, it's 46023S and 46123Z. We actually had some last-minute outreach from neighbors, and we'd like an opportunity to meet with those neighbors prior to presenting to the board. So we'll take a February date if it's available.
Okay, so calendar numbers 46023S and 46123Z will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Lenny Asaro, attorney at Fager, Drinker, Biddle and Reith, on behalf of 2 applicants on page 4. The first matter is docket number 453-23-S. Applicant is McDonald's Corporation. The premises is 3229-45 West North Avenue. Respectfully requesting a continuance. The applicant and staff are working on issues regarding the site plan, and we'd be grateful if we could get that February date.
Okay. So calendar number 45323S will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. And then the second item is the one that immediately follows, 454-23-S. Applicant is McDonald's Corporation. Premises 2307-17 North Cicero Avenue, requesting a continuance for the same reason as the prior matter.
Okay. Calendar number 45423S will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. Happy holidays to all of you.
Happy holidays.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kolpak, directing your attention to bottom of page 5, application 462-23-S.
Okay.
We've been continually working on a parking plan for this site. Just talked to Nancy, and we'd like to have this requested to be put on the 2 o'clock call, if possible.
Today?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. All right. So calendar number 46223S will be continued to the 2 PM call today, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Saba Boer. I'm with Alderman Lamont Robinson. We're just asking for a continuance at the bottom of page 1, applicant 43823S. We're just asking for the applicant to do a community meeting with residents in the area.
Is the applicant for 43823S present?
Yes.
Okay, you're the applicant for 43823S?
Yes.
Okay, this is the property at 242 East 35th Street? Okay, and you want a continuance to hold a community meeting?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so we will continue, is a February date, does that work?
That's fine.
Okay, we will continue calendar number 43823S to February 16, 2024, the 2 PM call, and no further notice will be given.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, finally, Victor Risa on behalf of the client for 40223A, 1845 through 50 West Kyler. The applicant and the department feel that they're both seeking a continuance so that they have the opportunity to be heard by a 4-member board instead of a 3-member board.
Okay. All right, so calendar number
40223A.
40223A will be continued to January 19, 2024, the 9 AM call.
Correct.
And no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Are there any other requests for continuances or withdrawals? Sure, and just so we're clear here, today we do have a 3-member board. If anybody wants a continuance to wait for 4 members, now would be the time to step forward.
Let them know a 2-to-1 vote kills.
Right, right. You know, you need a unanimous decision from the board when we only have 3. So if you want a continuance, now would be the time to step forward. Okay, seeing none, we will proceed with our first case.
Number 43723S, 3136 North Austin.
What about 436? Did they? I don't think so. No. No. Yeah.
Read it and then vote. Oh, we don't do that no more? Oh.
My mistake. I called the wrong case. The first case is 43623S, 2917 South Loomis.
I didn't know that.
That's B, not an S.
So you-
Again, calling 43623Z,
Do that.
2917 South Loomis is the address.
See, that's how long I've been around.
All right, good morning. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Sir, could we start with your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Antonio H. Caballero, and the address of the property is 2917 South Loomis Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
And could you state your name and address as well?
Sophia Simotas, 40, I'm with Chicago Permit Services. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Sophia Simotas, 4907 North Kilbourne, Chicago, Illinois, 60630.
Okay. And what brings you here today?
Yes, as noted in the application board, I'm looking to erect a garage.
This is a through lot, correct? There's no alley access?
Correct.
Okay. Um, and this is gonna be a, what is it, a two-car garage?
Correct.
And so the garage is gonna be on Elias Court?
That's correct.
Okay. And that is the side where the other properties on Loomis, where their garages sit?
That's correct,
Right.
yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No. Oh,
And were you here to say anything or?
I was just here for support. I helped them fill out the paperwork and apply for the application, so I had explained the whole process to him.
Okay.
So I'm here for support.
Okay. Well, this is a straightforward one. It is a through lot. There's no other way to get a garage except with a variation from the board. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Next case, 43723S, 3136 North Austin.
Sure. Yep, come on up to the front here. While the applicant is getting situated, see here. We will have Nancy Radzovich from the Department of Planning and Development read the recommendation first. Nancy, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and read the department's recommendation.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Razovich. I'm an Assistant Commissioner with the Bureau of Zoning in the Department of Planning and Development. And this is the recommendation for calendar number 43723S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interests of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you very much. Miss, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Laura Aldama. My business location is 3136 North Austin Avenue.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes,
Thank you very much. Okay, so you're here to open up a hair and nail salon?
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the business?
Yeah, previous to trying to open up my own location, I was working with my grandfather in the current location for a few years as I was studying. I'm a mom. I studied, single mom, studying and trying to help out my family. Well, with his passing, I just wanted to kind of take over as I took, that was my career path.
Okay. So what's your background? Do you cut hair? Are you a nail tech?
I focus in skincare. I am able to focus in a few areas in the cosmetology department, but my main focus is on skincare.
Do you have any licenses or certifications?
I do have some certifications to just courses that I've done throughout these couple of years in my career.
Are you a licensed cosmetologist?
I'm a licensed cosmetologist
Okay. And how long have you been a licensed cosmetologist?
since 2020.
Okay. And how long did, you said your dad ran the business, previously? Or was that your grandfather?
My grandfather.
Your grandfather ran the business? How long did he run the business?
I believe about 5 years or so.
Okay. And what are the, hours that you intend on keeping?
Anywhere between 8 to 6.
7 days a week?
Um, from probably Monday to Saturday,
Okay. Closed Sunday?
close Sunday, yeah.
And are you planning on hiring any employees?
I am, yeah, in efforts to help, with grow my business, I do plan on,
How many employees?
considering I have about 4 spots available, so hopefully they'll be all filled in.
And any employees that you hire, you're going to ensure that they have the proper license to do the work that they're going to do, correct?
Of course, correct.
Any questions from the board?
No, this is just right at Belmont and Austin, right? Right around the corner on Austin before the Ellie, or is that right?
Before Barry,
Yeah, okay, so got it. Yeah, so it's from the Ellie, right on the other side of school?
it is, across,
From the school.
from, kind of, sort of, from
Yeah.
the school, yeah,
Okay, just,
St. Patrick's.
just wondering.
Mhm.
yeah, I know exactly where it is. All right, thank you.
Great. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next case, 44023S, 1459 West 18th Street.
All right. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 44023S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the Body Art Service Tattoo Shop. Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, David Lobus, 2323 South Levitt, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, thank you very much. And who do you have with you today?
I have expert witness and the representative for property owner.
Okay, great. And I see that you've got Joe Ryan here. The board does recognize Mr. Ryan's expertise. So you're here to open up a tattoo shop? Could you tell us a little bit about your experience in the tattoo business?
Sure, I've tattooed on the south side for about 10 years. I've traveled the country doing tattoo conventions. I'm also a lifelong artist. I've attended Columbia.
Okay. So you have a current business, and are you just moving locations?
No, I don't have a current business. I'm was an employee of another business.
Sure. Okay. And you're the representative for the owner, and you're here in support? Okay. And just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Adriana Gutierrez. My home address is 1834 South Laughlin, and that's my mother's building. Her name is Dolores Gutierrez.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, you submitted a report in relation to this matter, correct? And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistent with your report, correct? Okay. Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 44223Z, 7243 South Main.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Could you state your name and address, please?
Good morning, Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Alma Pinal, 7243 South Main Street.
And what brings you here today?
I'm the applicant and property owner of a single-family residence located in 7243 South Main Street in RS Street Residential Single Unit. I'm seeking approval of my variation application to reduce the required front setback from 16.90 feet to 9.68 feet in order to allow the construction of a rear one-story additional and as built front porch in my existing single-family residence. I purchased my home almost 2 years ago with the intention of making my forever home. I moved my 2 children into our home. I poured my life savings into my home to make it a home. I had an architect and a contractor. The structures that are embellishing existed when I purchased the property. What I did in seeking an architect and a contractor was stabilize and legalize the property. With me today, Mr. Corinne, my land of use consultant who has been assisting me in the application process. We have filed the findings of the fact of the variation application along with the respective architectural drawings and survey. Should we prevail today, we will continue our efforts to obtain the building permit in order to rectify the violation that exists here. Should the chairman of members of the board have any questions for he or I that we're able to answer?
So the stairs, they were already built, correct? Okay. And they were rebuilt because the old stairs had gone into disrepair, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And you need front stairs for your house, don't you? You do, right?
Yes.
Yes. Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
44323S, 5674 South Archer, first floor.
Hi, could you state your name and address, please?
Janessa Mendez. The address is 5674 South Archer Ave.
And do you swear, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and have Nancy Radzovich read the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation.
This is the recommendation for 443-23S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, could you tell us about your experience in the hair and nail salon business?
Yes, I am currently 23 years old. I attended nail school at 16 years old, and I received my nail license in 2021. My mother is a licensed hair professional, as well as my sister is currently in cosmetology, and we would like to have a family business.
Well, that's great. So is it going to be the three of you, or is there going to be more than that?
It'll be three of us. My mom did own a hair salon previously before COVID.
Okay. And what are the hours that you intend on keeping?
The hours would be 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday.
Okay. And you said that you're a licensed nail tech?
Yes.
Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so for the picture on the screen here, the diagram of the property, are those tables for nail techs that we see on the left-hand side? Or actually, are those massage beds?
So the left is a massage bed for aesthetic. My sister, one is, oh, no massage.
Okay, all right. So there's just to make the record clear, there will be no massage at the establishment,
No.
correct? Okay. All right, great. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Next case, 2920 West Irving Park Road.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 44423S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the Body Art Service Tattoo Salon. Ma'am, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Alexandra Winthrop, and my address is 5245 North Winchester Avenue, number 3N.
Okay, and you're the applicant's representative, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us about your experience in the tattoo business?
Sure. I've been tattooing for 11 years, working in various shops through Chicago, looking to open up a private studio to specialize specifically in scar cover-up tattooing.
Okay. Do you have experience in that?
I do, yes. I have 6 years' experience with scar cover-up tattooing.
Okay. And what are the hours that you intend on keeping?
By appointment only, Thursdays through Sundays, typically about 11 a.m., longest day through 8 p.m.
Are you planning to have any employees?
No, just myself.
Okay. And I see you've got Peter Poulos with you.
That's correct.
And the board does recognize Mr. Poulos's expertise. Mr. Poulos, you prepared a report with regard to this matter, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistent with that report, true?
Yes, I would.
Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 44523S, 609 West Belmont.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 44523S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. Counselor Acosta, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good morning. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Taiga Lee, who is the manager of the applicant, and Peter Poulos, who is our MAI appraiser, who I know the board has previously recognized as an expert witness. The proposal is to establish a hair salon at a nail salon at 609 West Belmont, right around the corner from Broadway. Ms. Lee previously operated a business at 2860 North Broadway, so not too far from the current location. Her business grew. She needed more space, has secured this location, which actually was previously a nail salon that closed. She plans to have 6 total licensed nail technicians and 1 licensed esthetician on the premises. This includes her, she's a licensed nail technician. Hours will be Tuesday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. On the property, clearly consistent with the general neighborhood here with a large population. So with that, Ms. Lee, will you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Tyga Lee. My address is 609 West Belmont Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And I previously prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and executed, which summarized your testimony. Were you to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Poulos, state your name and address for the record, please.
Offices at 230 West Monroe, Chicago, Illinois.
You're a licensed MAI appraiser.
Yes, that's correct.
You reviewed the property and the proposed use in the immediate area and prepared a report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with that report.
Yes, it would.
And it found that we met all the standards for special use approval.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? We'd be happy to answer.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
47, 23S, 1828 South Racine.
Victor, do we have the department's recommendation for this one? All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 44723S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to permit a new 2-story, 3-dwelling unit residential building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 13, 2023, prepared by 360 Design Studio, and the southernmost vehicular parking space includes a deed restriction or similar condition on use to ensure reasonable rights of access through and ingress to and egress from this parking space for the purpose of moving trash cans from primary on-site trash area to from the alley on designated trash and recycling pickup days. Councilor Acosta, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. Here with me today is Patrick Buckley. He is the president of the applicant. Christopher Boehm, who is the principal with 360 Architecture, the architect for the property, and Peter Poulos, who's the MAI appraiser. The property is an approximately 3,000 square foot parcel. It is what I call a typical Pilsen lot in that the grade of the lot is about a half a floor below the grade of the sidewalk, so it's a sunken lot. And this particular area of Pilsen is primarily residential, very little commercial along Racine, with residential actually B2 zoning immediately to our north, which would allow ground floor residential and is improved with ground floor residential, and another house immediately to our south, as well as across the street. The applicant proposes to build a three-level condominium building with 3 parking spaces at the rear. The building would start at grade, so the first level would be half below grade. The parking would be up on a pad because we have to bring it up to alley grade. We have met with the Alderman's Zoning Advisory Board, who was favorably disposed to this proposal. The Alderman has submitted a letter of support for this particular application. With that, I'd like to ask Patrick to state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Patrick Buckley, 1122 West 19th Street, Chicago.
And you're the president of the applicant?
Yes,
And I previously prepared an affidavit that summarized your testimony. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Chris, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Christopher Ball, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
You're a principal with 360 Architecture,
That's correct.
and you are the principal, your firm is the designer for this project, is that correct?
That's right.
And I prepared an affidavit, which you reviewed and executed, which summarized your testimony for today. And if you were to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Mr. Poulos, state your name and address for the record.
Post office is at 230 West Monroe, Suite 2125, Chicago, Illinois.
And I know that the board has previously recognized him as an expert.
That's correct. Today we have, yes.
And Mr. Poulos, you reviewed the property, the immediate area, and prepared a report finding that the proposal was consistent with all the standards for approval with a special use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Stand for any questions the board may have.
Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great holiday.
You too.
Next two cases, 448-23Z, 449-23Z, 225 West Alexander.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Let me ask, is the gentleman here an interpreter?
He is an interpreter and he's also a general contractor to help
Okay.
answer any questions.
Sir, could you state your name and address, and you can speak into that one?
Yes, my name is Sunny Leon.
Okay, and your address?
Address 204 Meyer Road, Arlington Heights, Illinois 60005.
And you're a general contractor?
Correct.
And you're also going to be interpreting for the applicant today?
Correct.
And what's the language that you're going to be interpreting?
Chinese Cantonese.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate English to Cantonese and Cantonese to English in this proceeding?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me translate this because I want to make sure that she understands it for the record. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
And you have to answer for her now.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Counselor Augustine, please proceed, and you can go with the short form.
Okay, thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is Fred Augustine. I'm with the law offices of Augustine Associates. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Sally May. Applicant owns a property at 225 West Alexander. It's currently improved with a single-family residence. The applicant plans to redevelop the property with a new 3-story, 3-unit residential building. In order to construct this building, we are seeking variations to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet to 3.17 feet, west side setback from 2 feet to 0, as well as waiving the off-street parking requirement. Here with me this morning is Sally May. Also, as we just discussed, Sunny Leon is here to help interpret and answer any questions as well. And just briefly, Chairman, hardship is substandard lot. It's only 67 feet deep. It also doesn't have access to a public alley. So with that, first witness, Mrs. May, please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name's Sally May. I live at 2932 South Poplar,
Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
Isn't it true, in order to build this new building, you are seeking variations to reduce the rear setback, west side setback, and the off-street parking requirement? Is that correct?
Yes,
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf. Is that right?
yes,
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with your affidavit. Is that correct?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, our architect, he's in very poor health. He could not make it here today. We have an affidavit executed by him. General contractor here for the project is here to also help answer any design questions the board may have. So,
Are there any questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have an objector?
We do.
Have you?
Yeah, and
Okay.
we spoke to the one.
Spoke to one, did not know about the second.
Yeah, we didn't know about the
Um,
second one.
And with the one that you spoke to, were you able to resolve the objection or no?
We were able to get to a situation in which we feel like we can
Resolve.
resolve moving
Here's
forward.
the question that I want to ask. Do you want me to pass the case so you can speak to the other objector and then we'll recall it?
I'd like that if you don't
Yeah,
mind, because
let's-
there is a second one, and
Yeah.
I'd like the opportunity to talk to you
Yes,
as well.
absolutely. Let's
So-
pass the case and just let us know when you've
Okay.
spoken and you're ready, and then you can come back.
Okay, I appreciate it,
Absolutely.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case. 2308 West Foster, 45123S, and 45223Z.
Morning.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 45123S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to convert an existing two-story, three-dwelling unit building to a four-dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the basement and first floor demolition plan, second floor demolition plan, basement and first floor plans A 1.0 and A 1.1, north and south elevations, east and west elevations, and building section dated April 6, 2023, and site plan dated December 12, 2023, all prepared by Axios Architects and Consultants. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor Augustine, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Again, Fred Augustine on behalf of the applicant, X and Z Foster LLC. Applicant owns the property at 2308 West Foster. It's currently improved with a two-story mixed-use building that is around 121 years of age. Briefly, the commercial space was occupied by a beauty salon for the last 43 years. It recently just closed. As a result, the space is very outdated, and it needs updating. What the applicant proposes to do is turn that space into a residential apartment. In order to do that, we are seeking a special use to convert that existing commercial space into a dwelling unit. We're also seeking to reduce the minimum lot area from the required 4,000 square feet to 3,746 square feet. Here with me this morning is the applicant, Javier Nunez. our project architect, Bill Kokalius, as well as our appraiser, Joe Ryan. And just real quick, Chairman, for the variation, our hardship is we're dealing with an existing building that's around 121 years old with an old commercial space. So with that, I'd like to call my first witness. Mr. Nunez, please state your name and address for the record.
Javier Antonio Nunez, 2501 Kenilworth Avenue, Wilmette, Illinois, 60091.
And you are the authorized representative of the applicant XNZ Foster LLC, correct?
I am,
Applicant owns the property at 2308 West Foster.
yes,
And your plan is to convert the old and outdated commercial space into a residential dwelling unit, is that right?
yes,
And you're here this morning seeking a special use to establish that unit as well, correct?
yes,
And we're also seeking to reduce the minimum lot area, is that correct?
yes,
You executed an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that right?
I did, yes,
And if you continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, is that correct?
absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Next witness. Mr. Kokalius, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bill Kokalius with Axios Architects and Consultants, 188 North Wells, Chicago, Illinois.
And you have testified before this board on numerous occasions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Working within an existing building such as this, that's 121 years old with an outdated commercial space poses a hardship, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so in order to do this project, we are seeking in order to scratch that, in order to establish residential at the ground floor, we are seeking a variation to reduce the minimum lot area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You execute an affidavit which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that right?
Yes,
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, is that right?
that's correct.
Thank you. Final witness, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan, please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And you have testified before this board on numerous occasions, is that correct?
Correct.
Property is currently improved with a mixed-use building that is around 121 years old, is that right?
Yes.
And the applicant would like to convert the existing commercial space into a residential dwelling unit, is that right?
Correct.
And in order to do that, we are seeking a special use, is that correct?
Yes.
You prepared a written report with your findings, is that right?
I did.
And you, in your opinion, the proposed residential at the ground floor meets all the criteria for a special use, is that correct?
It does.
We also executed an affidavit which we submitted to the board on your behalf, is that right?
Yes,
And if we continued, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, is that correct?
it would.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses. We're here to answer any questions the board may have.
Yeah, I've got one question for Mr. Kakalius. How does the age of the building, I mean, you said the age of the building is the hardship with regard to the MLA, correct?
Yeah,
And basically, the question is, can you just expound upon exactly what the hardship is?
so, okay, I'll try not to echo it. So, the existing building's about 121 years old. I actually, I used to get my haircuts there. It's.
Are you 121 years old?
No, I'm not. But Javier's mother used to run the place, and she got sick, so their employees started running it. I've been in that building several times, even before I even took on the job.
Sure.
So right now, the entire building basically is very old, and it needs to be remodeled. So our plans are not only to redo the ground floor, but we're also going to do the back unit, the basement, the entire building. You're asking me if, because of the age of the building, why the,
Yeah, so the statement was that, the building's 121 years old, and that's essentially the hardship. And I'm just trying to understand exactly I just don't understand that. So if you could just explain it a little more.
So if you look at the rendering, the existing elevation, you have a few steps up. It doesn't meet handicap accessibility whatsoever. The floor, we're actually going to be removing the floor because it's dilapidated inside, the ceiling too. So as far as the age of the building, and that's a fake facade right now, we don't know what's behind it. We're going to investigate that if we get the privilege of this permit, we're going to take out and we're going to see what's behind it to see what's really holding it up. It's been stuccoed over and over, many years. So, it's the age, it's the condition of the building. That's all I have.
And if I could just add, Chairman.
Go ahead.
You know, if he did keep it as commercial space, and it's in the appraiser's report, and, you know, Mr. Nunez could testify to it, you know, there's a high vacancy rate of commercial storefronts in this area. And on this block alone, there are 3 vacant commercial spaces. So if he is forced to do commercial, his hardship is also he's not going to be able to find a tenant. He actually tried listing with a broker the space. He got no interest, no prospects. So in terms of residential, the only option I think he has is to turn it into a residential unit if we're keeping the existing building. And that's the hardship.
Any other questions from the board? We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 455 23S, 153 West Ohio. If you're hearing an objection to this matter, you need to come down and have a seat on this side.
Yep, this is calendar number 455 23S. Yeah, well, we're just gonna wait here a couple minutes. All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand, including the objectors? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 45523S. Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to convert an existing 5-story office building to a 35 dwelling unit building, 30 dwelling units and 5 efficiency units, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and floor plan level LL to 01 dated December 5, 2023, floor plans level 02 to 05 dated August 15, 2022, landscape plan dated January 20th, 2023, and exterior elevations dated December 15, 2023, all prepared by Fitzgerald. And prior to issuance of any building permits, the applicant submits an updated landscape plan for review and approval by Department of Planning and Development and Chicago Department of Transportation, showing the removal of the brick pavers and restoration of the public right-ways to CDOT standards and the relocation of bike racks consistent with the site plan dated December 5th, 2023. Counselor Fatikas, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, my name is Nick Fatikas, and I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant 153 through 157 West Ohio Street LLC. The applicant owns a subject property located again at 153 West Ohio. The subject lot measures 86.65 feet wide by 100 feet deep, and it's improved with a 100-year-old 5-story office building. The applicant is currently in the process of renovating the building and converting the 2nd through 5th floors to residential units, and all of that work is being done pursuant to valid building permits. The applicant is now proposing to convert the ground floor retail spaces to a residential lobby and 4 additional residential units. In order to do that, we're seeking a special use to permit residential units below the building's 2nd floor because the subject property is located in a DX7 zoning district. Except for the proposed residential conversion work, all of which will be interior, the existing building and lot conditions will all remain. We do have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. William Sen, our project architect, Mr. Richard Whitney, and our MAI appraiser, Terrence O'Brien. And with that, sir, I can call my first witness.
Please do.
Bill, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is William Sen. I live at 1843 North Hoyne, Chicago, Illinois.
And you're the managing member of the applicant, 153 through 157 West Ohio Street LLC.
I am, yes.
And again, that entity owns the subject property located at 153 West Ohio Street.
That's correct.
And as I described it, you're currently in the process of an adaptive reuse program for the existing building, and you're now proposing to convert the retail first floor to residential uses.
That's correct.
And if approved, the resulting building will have a total of 35 residential units, again, from floors 1 up through 5.
That's correct.
And given the current market conditions and really over a year of retail vacancy, you believe this plan will bring the building's first floor back to life.
That is correct.
And Bill, before we conclude your testimony, is it true that you've worked extensively with both the RNRA Community Organization and Alderman Riley's office on this specific proposal?
Yes, and we have their support.
And you've also met with both of your immediate neighbors, property owners, about your plans for your building, is that right?
That is correct.
And again, you're not aware of any objection from the neighboring property owners, the RNRA, or the Alderman's office at this point in time?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Chairman, it's not a, it's a special use application, but can I just get a few questions regarding the scope of work from the architect, given the objectors?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Richard, please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Whitney with Fitzgerald Associates Architects, 200 West Adams Street, Suite 2100, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
And Richard, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you've previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
Yes,
And again, your firm designed the proposed residential conversion plan for not only the first floor, but the rest of the existing building, is that right?
yes,
With respect, though, to the first floor, the program calls for a residential lobby and 4 new residential units.
yes,
And other than those proposed first floor uses, the footprint and massing of the building will remain the same and otherwise comply with the underlining DX7 zoning district. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And Richard, it's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Lastly, Mr. Terrence O'Brien, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Terrence M. O'Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook, Illinois.
And for the record, the board does recognize Mr. O'Brien's expertise.
Great, thank you. Terry, you were retained in this case to determine whether the proposed special use would meet the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area?
On several occasions, including October 7, 2023, and today on the way down to testify.
And Terry, you did prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case. Is that right?
Yes, I'd just like to make one observation. There was a mistake within the report. I described it as asking for 5 residential units on the ground floor and 30 above. Actually, it's 4 on the ground floor and 31 above the ground floor. So the same number of units, just the unit count changes for the first floor.
And Terry, briefly, if you could just give the board a summary of your opinions based on your inspection regarding the compatibility of the proposed use.
I believe it's compatible for several reasons. First of all, within a block radius of the subject property, I'm aware of at least eight other retail storefronts that are available for lease at this time, have been available for a substantial length of time. I'd also point out the fact that the subject property has been marketed for rent, the 2 retail units on the ground floor, for well over a year, and there hasn't been any takers or people that shown any interest. Also, the area in which the subject is located is mixed use. Across the street, you have a motel, it's the Ohio House. Adjoining the surrounding area, you have loft buildings. Many of them have been converted to residential, some on the ground floor, some are still maintaining retail uses. I'd also point out that the subject property has it's not at street level, the store entrances. You'd have to walk up several steps and then go into the stores, which does not lead or make it conducive, I don't think, for retail uses. There appears to be, and based upon the market study done by the applicant, a substantial need for residential units in the subject area. In consideration of all these, I believe that the proposed special use meets all the criteria set forth within the zoning ordinance, and it would fulfill those criterias and be the highest and best use for the subject property if the proposed use and special use is granted.
And Terry, just for the sake of the record, with respect to the standards for special use criteria, provided the special use is approved, do you believe the project will comply with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, I do believe that. Yes, sir.
Is it your opinion that the proposed special use is in the interest of public convenience and that it will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community?
In my opinion, not only will it not have an adverse impact, but it actually would be beneficial to the area to put to use a couple of spaces that are currently available and have not been shown any need or demand for them.
And Terry, in your opinion, will the proposed special use be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes, I believe it will be. There will be no change in the subject structure, footprint, or its height, so it would maintain the same scale it currently has.
Terry, do you believe that the proposed special use will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such again as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, and noise and traffic generation?
Yes, any outdoor lighting will be designed so as not to allow excessive spillage onto adjoining properties. Given the fact that it's residential in nature, it's really somewhat a passive use and substantially less intense than many of the uses allowed under the current zoning classification for the subject property, including taverns and automobile repair shops and things of that nature. This is much more compatible than those.
And Terry, lastly, is it your opinion that the project design promotes pedestrian safety and comfort?
It'll have no adverse impact on pedestrian safety and comfort. There will be no additional curb cuts. Therefore, there'll be no additional interaction of pedestrians with any traffic generated by the proposed special use.
And with respect to traffic specifically, this is a transit-served location,
It is a transit-served location, correct?
and it's your understanding that the applicant has obtained an administrative adjustment already to reduce or waive the parking requirement based on its proximity and location adjacent to public transportation.
That is correct, and not only that, but there is an existing loading berth, which they are going to continue to maintain for the residents and use of the building.
Terry, it's your understanding that, again, my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board?
Correct, yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, with the caveat changing the number of units on the first floor from 5 to 4, and the rest of the units above that.
Perfect. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the proposal.
Are there any questions for the applicant before we go to the objectors? All right, let's go to the objectors. Which one of you would like to speak first? Okay, sir, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Henry Culbertson, and our office is located at 1327 West Washington Boulevard in Chicago.
Okay, and tell us why you're here in objection.
I'm a representative with the Local 1 Carpenters Union, and I represent workers that install drywall, framing, windows, trim, millwork, which is about 75 to 80% of most construction projects. And I advocate for the area standard wages to stay at a level that can be consistent with the living wage.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Relevance, the special use standards are based on 5 enumerated sections of the zoning ordinance. This is a union-based objection.
I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna let them speak. I will allow you to respond and expound upon that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that the work that they're seeking a zoning change for is already underway for the most part, almost done, and then also the work is being performed by contractors that are engaged in exploitation of trade workers.
Objection, Your Honor.
And we believe that it creates an adverse impact for the community by lowering the standard of living and area standard wages of our area in a climate of high inflation. And we're just here to bring attention to that.
And you have 2 other gentlemen with you. Are your objections essentially the same, or do you have anything to add?
We're just here for moral support to Mr. Culbertson.
Okay.
We're all on the same.
Sure. And just for the record, sir, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Guy Ruggieri, same thing, 1327 West Washington Boulevard, Suite 101, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
And you as well?
Washington Boulevard, Suite 101, 606 107.
Could you state your name again? The court reporter did not get it.
Presley Garrett, Carpenters, 1327 West Washington, Suite 101, 60607.
And that's Presley, Presley.
L-E-Y.
Okay.
Correct.
And Guy Ruggiero, that was Ruggiero? I. Ruggieri. Okay. Ruggieri. Okay. Do you have any questions for the applicant or the applicant's witnesses?
No, I mean, we've had contact with them and tried to advocate for our for the workers in this, and we've gone back and forth, and it's just come to this. We don't have any more questions. No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions from the board for the objectors? Okay, we are going to go back to the applicant now for rebuttal and closing.
Chairman, if I could have two clarification questions of my witness, I just want to make sure the board's aware of the scope of the project.
Sure.
Bill, again, you heard that there was a question raised about the scope of work that's occurring at the property. Is that right?
That's correct.
All of the work to date has been on the second floor up to the fifth floor for the residential conversion for which you have a building permit for. Is that right?
That is correct. Except demo has happened on the first floor, which we have a permit for also.
That was my third question. He beat me to it. Chairman, again, certainly appreciate the concerns raised by the objectors. The focus of today's hearing is on the 5 special use standards and whether or not the ground floor should be residential or retail. I think Mr. O'Brien's report and testimony confirms that the demand for the retail is not there and that the proposed conversion is appropriate compatible. Again, given the conditions around the subject property. We appreciate the opportunity to make our case today, and thank you again for that opportunity.
All right, any questions from the board before we take it under advisement? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Recalling case number 45023S 3520 West Diversey.
Okay, so we're back on 45023S, and Counselor Augustine, we passed the case so that you could speak with the objectors. And before we go any further, why don't you just tell me what happened and what the plan is?
Yeah, the plan is, I think we want time to talk to the neighbors. I think we're going to have a meeting to talk to the block, just explain to them what we're doing, hear them out. So with that, I am asking for a continuance for this matter.
Okay.
So that we have time to talk to the neighbors and flush things out. So,
February date work?
yes.
All right, so calendar number 45023S will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Going back to regular order, case 45623Z, 2501 West Addison.
All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor Borstein, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Scott Borstein from the law offices of Neal and Leroy here on behalf of the Chicago Board of Education. This is a nice renovation project at Lane Tech High School. It's their parking area that is accessed off of Western Avenue. This is an existing parking lot. We're adding landscaping, there's existing lighting, it's all already here. The only variation we need in this particular case is because of the new features in the lot. We need to, and just for security purposes, et cetera, we need to move the lighting within our setback area. We're asking for a reduction from a 50-foot setback to, I think it's a little over 9 feet. And these lights are taller than 15 feet, which would be typical in a parking lot. So today we have Justin Rossman, who is our project architect, and Evan Smith, who you know many times here before the board. So I'll just, if you don't mind, go into the questions. Great. Edmund, we'll start with you first. Can you state your name and address for the record?
Evan Smith, Director of Planning and Design for Chicago Public Schools.
Terrific. And you provided the board with an affidavit that indicated how the project satisfied the various standards for this project. And if you were to continue providing testimony today,
I'm
would-
sorry, if you guys could be quiet over there, it's a little too loud. It's disruptive. Thank you.
Thank you. If you were to continue testifying today, would that testimony be consistent with the conclusions and findings of your affidavit and the findings we provided to the board?
Yes, it would.
And Justin, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Justin Rossman, and our address is 888 South Michigan Avenue.
And you're the project architect for this?
Yes, I'm a project architect. Thank you.
And you provided an affidavit and read the findings that we provided to the zoning board in this matter, correct?
That is correct.
And if you were to continue providing testimony today, would that testimony be consistent with the conclusions and findings from your affidavit and the findings that we provided?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. We really have nothing further. We briefed the alderman, no objections.
Sure. Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 45723Z, 4138 West Crystal.
Right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Very happy to, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sony Cortez. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Cortez Law Group LLC, located at 2909 North Hamlin Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. I'm here today representing the applicant, Maria Romero. Maria is here with me today, and she is also the owner of the subject property. Please note that Maria understands a lot of English, but does not speak it, so I'll be acting as her translator today as needed.
Okay, so for that, I'm actually going to need to swear you in. So do you, first, the language is Spanish?
Spanish, yes.
Do you swear or affirm to accurately translate Spanish to English and English to Spanish in this matter?
I do.
Thank you very much.
And also with us here today is the project architect, Mario Cruz. And very simply put, this property is improved with an old, small, single-family home built in 1895, which under the current RS3 zoning classification enjoys an existing non-conforming west side setback. The applicant is a longtime resident of the neighborhood and recently purchased this property last year, intending to live at the subject property with her family. And their proposed plans are based on a desire to update the home and meet the needs of her bigger family. They just need a little bit more space, so they're building a third-story dormer addition and a new rear second-story addition. The property and non-conforming west side setback existed in its current state when the home was purchased by the applicant. And in order to ensure structural integrity, the upper addition needs to align, of course, with the walls below. And because we have that existing non-conforming setback, we respectfully request approval of this variation here today. And with that, I'll call Maria first. Maria, please state your name and address for the record. María, por favor, indique su nombre y dirección para el registro.
Mi nombre es María Romero. My address is 925 North Leamington, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Thank you, Maria. And due to the non-conforming conditions that I just described, it would be a great hardship for you if you had to demolish the building or build the additions with substantial setbacks, correct? Y debido a las condiciones no conformes que te acabo de describir, sería una gran dificultad para ti si tuvieras que demoler el edificio o construir una ampliación con sustanciales retrocesos, ¿correcto?
Correct.
And strict compliance with the setbacks would require you to either demolish the existing building and start from scratch, or again, build the additions with substantial setbacks, correct? El cumplimiento estricto sería de los retrocesos requeriría demoler
el edificio existente y comenzar desde cero o construir nuevamente las adiciones con retrocesos sustanciales, ¿correcto?
correcto,
And without this variation, you will not be able to make a reasonable return on your investment. Is that true? Y sin esta variación, no podrás obtener un retorno razonable de tu inversión. ¿Es correcto?
yes, es correcto,
And you signed the affidavit that we previously submitted to the board, which contains all your statements in support of the criteria for this variation, correct? Y usted firmó la declaración jurada que presentamos previamente a la Junta, que contiene sus declaraciones en apoyo de los criterios para esta variación, ¿correcto?
yes, correcto,
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements in the affidavit? Y si sigo cuestionándola, su testimonio será consistente con esas declaraciones. Correcto. Gracias. That's all I have for Maria. Mario, if you can please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Mario G. Cruz, and my business address is 2450 West Division Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Thank you, Mario. You're a licensed architect in Illinois, and you're very familiar with the subject property and with the subject neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
And in order to ensure the structural integrity, the upper story additions must follow the walls below, correct?
That is correct.
So the hardship was not created by the applicant, but it was in fact along existing non-conforming conditions, which is
correct.
the issue. And you signed the affidavit that we previously submitted to the board, which contains all your statements in support for the criteria?
Yes.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements in the affidavit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mario. That is all we have for you today, Mr. Chairman. We are now open to any questions from the board.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Two cases, 45823S, 45923Z, 6336 West North Avenue.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 45823S. The Department of Planning and excuse me. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single-lane drive-through to serve one-story fast food restaurant, Dunkin', provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Unique Group, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plan and notes, exterior elevations, landscape plan, and schematic site plans and enlarged plan details dated December 11, 2023, and the bus turning radius plan dated December 5th, 2023, all prepared by Colebrook Design. Counselor Fatikas, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Unique Group Incorporated. The applicant operates a Dunkin' restaurant at the subject property located again at 6336 West North Avenue. The subject site measures 63.75 feet wide by 150 feet deep. And again, it's improved with a one-story quick service restaurant building with a single-lane drive-through. As you can see from the photos taken from the front of the property and even the aerial, it's a unique design because it requires, at least from North Avenue, access to drive over the CTA property that's immediately east of the subject site. It's been in that condition since the early 2000s when Unique Group came to the property. The applicant is now proposing to renovate and upgrade the location, and as part of their program, they're proposing to reorganize the drive-through lane so that it's wholly contained on our lot. In order to do that, we are seeking a special use to permit the reestablishment of the drive-through lane based on the zoning, the underlining B3 zoning district. In addition to the special use, the applicant is seeking a companion variation to reduce the landscape setback along North Narragansett, which is the western boundary, from the required 7 feet to 4 feet 7 inches. That's an existing landscape setback condition that we hope to maintain as part of this program. We do have 3 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Sikander Keshwani, our project architect, Mr. Steve Colber, and our MAI designated appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And with that, Sikander, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sikandar Keshwani, my residence is 2551 Glenview Road, Glenview, Illinois, and my business address is 6336 West North Avenue, Dunkin' Donuts in Chicago.
And Sikander, you are the president of the applicant Unique Group Incorporated?
Yes,
And earlier in this process, is it your understanding that we filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify this morning, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Thank you very much. Steve, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Colbert. My address is 828 Davis Street, Princeton, Illinois.
And Steve, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes.
And this is actually your first time testifying in that capacity before this board, is that right?
DBA, yes.
Chairman, I do have a CV that if I can submit just to establish Mr. Colbert as an expert.
Sure. Okay, so he's here for the variation.
For the
He's
variation
architect.
component, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we typically don't recognize the architects.
I just wanted to make sure
yes.
you knew because it was his first time testifying, so just
But
checking.
yes, thank you for providing. I mean, I do see that he's been an architect since '93.
Quite some time.
Okay.
Um,
Good
and
enough
again-
for me.
Thank you. Steve, your firm designed the site improvement and drive-through redesign for the property?
Yes.
And with respect to the variation, the hardship that requires the landscape setback is the unique lot condition, is that right?
That is correct.
And that includes not only the size and shape of the lot, but also the location of the building, the drive aisles and parking stalls that are already at the property.
Yes.
So what we're really trying to do is work around that existing building, and we're losing about 11 feet on the east side of the building so that our driveway can be wholly contained on our lot. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Steve, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Steve, I skipped over one. With respect to the landscape setback reduction, we're going from 7 feet to 4 feet 7 inches, correct?
Yes.
And that's the existing landscape setback on the Narragansett side of the property.
Yes.
So no change, perceivable change to that.
Yeah, it's existing condition. Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Ryan, can you please restate your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And again, Joe, your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code.
Was.
You inspected the subject property in the surrounding area.
I did.
You prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions.
Yes.
It's your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board.
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes.
Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Last case, number 46323S, 4232 West North Avenue.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 46323S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor Kolpak, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kopak with office at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant Caroline Angeles, doing business as May's Beauty Salon and Flowers. The request today is for a special use in order to establish a beauty salon located within 1,000 feet of the existing personal service use in a B1-1 neighborhood shopping district in the 26th Ward. The subject property is located at 4232 West North Avenue in an existing three-story brick mixed-use building with 900 square foot storefront on the first floor and dwelling units on the second and third floor. The applicant proposes to establish a three-station beauty salon and flower shop in the existing storefront located on the first floor. The applicant intends to employ 3 licensed beauticians. The applicant proposes to operate the salon from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Sundays, and will be closed on Thursdays. Per the Alderman's request, my client went to the other establishments within the 1,000 feet. We have letters of support from those business owners, which I believe you are in the file.
Yes.
Would you please state your name?
Carolina E. Antilles?
And you have been in the business since pretty much when you were a little girl with your mother, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, the business has been in that area since 1977. I was born in 1979. Pretty much was there since day one.
And you agree with I prepared an affidavit which you signed, and if you were asked to testify further, you testified substantial compliance with that affidavit, is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions?
Okay.
Mr. Musawir, I'd like him to be recognized as an expert.
The board recognizes his expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. Musawir, would you kindly state your name?
Yes, Kareem Musawir at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago, a land use consultant.
Mr. Musawir, you were retained to verify that that this special use complies with the standards of the ordinance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you physically went to the property and observed that property, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you prepared a report, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you were asked to testify further, you testify in substantial compliance to that report, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 43623Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 43723S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44023S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44223Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44323S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44423S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44523S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 44723S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 44823Z and 44923Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 45123S and 45223Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 45523S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 45623Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 45723Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 45823S and 45923Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46323S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move that we recess until 2 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 2 p.m.
Hello? Okay, we'll be starting in about 1 minute. Okay, anyone requesting a continuance, you can line up right now. You see the two gentlemen lining up in that aisle? That's where you'll go. Anyone requesting a continuance?
Is that order ever showed up for that October?
Okay, everybody, we're going to be starting. Oh, Tom Moore is here. Thank you again, everybody, on those appearance forms. Okay, we're going to be finishing up the appearance forms.
Let's see here. Yeah, 2 o'clock. All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. And we will start with taking any continuances or withdrawals. If you have a continuance or withdrawal, please step forward. Please do note that we have 3 commissioners here. So you need a unanimous vote from us for your matter to pass. So knowing that, if you want a continuance until we have 4 members, you can step up and ask for continuance now. So go ahead, Counselor Fatikas.
Thank you again. For the record, Nick Fatikas, Law Offices of Sam Banks. On the bottom of page 9, 20923S, concerning 620 North Fairbanks, we are seeking a continuance based on the number of board members. Chairman, I know that this matter has been previously continued.
And I got to recuse on this.
So right now, I think to that point, thank you, Commissioner, right now, we would be presenting to it too, we can't. So whether it's February or March, we're open to either. I think the applicant would prefer February, but I would just wanted to put out the options if you anticipate a scheduling issue.
Right. Sure, sure. Um. So the applicant is looking for,
Oh, we would take February, but I just wanted to put it out if you anticipated the similar issue with a number of board members. We're
Let's-
available for March.
all right,
It's
yeah.
your call.
For calendar number 20923S, this one is going to be continued to March 15, 2024, the 2 PM call, and no further notice will be given.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is top of page 7. This is Alfred Kiano, Q-U-I-J-A-N-O, on behalf of the applicant, the attorney. 7931 South Eberhard, case 46823Z. We're going to request a continuance. Our architect was unavailable to testify live today. I guess January is not a possible date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is
Are we-
February afternoon
Yeah.
available?
Yes. All right, so this matter will be continued. Again, we're talking about calendar number 46823Z will be continued to February 16, 2024, the 2 PM call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Good
Counselor?
afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is on case 46523Z. It's 2235 North Fremont. And we have with us Alderman Knutson's zoning person here. And she'd like to say something.
Hi, my name is Isabella Corrier. I'm the Director of Zoning and Sustainable Urban Development for the 43rd Ward. Alderman Knutson would like to request.
If you could slow down, we do have a court
So
reporter
sorry.
here. Slow down and enunciate so that our
Yes.
court reporter can get it.
My name is Isabella Corrier. I'm the Director of Zoning and Sustainable Urban Development for the 43rd Ward. Alderman Knutson would like to request a 1-month continuance for the application for a variation at 2235 North Fremont Street, item 46523Z, to allow time to hold a community meeting and to complete the community engagement process.
If I can explain further if it's necessary. We had for months been asking for a community meeting. We had one scheduled. The chairman got attacked and was knocked out and was out of commission. And anyway, it never happened. And the applicant is on a scientific board where he's supposed to present on February 15th. So we'd have to go to March, and they're living in temporary housing. So if possible, if we could have the January date that the alderman is asking for, we'd respectfully request that.
Okay, so this is calendar number 46523Z will be continued to January 19, 2024, the 2 PM call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman. Tim Barton on behalf of the applicant, Chicago Land Materials LLC, in the cases at the top of page 10. 39523S and 39623Z. We're still working with the Department of Health, Bureau of the Environment, trying to get our monitoring completed. So we're asking for a 3-month continuance.
3 months, so you want to go to March?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so calendar numbers 395-23S and 396-23Z will be continued to March 15, 2024, the 2 p.m. call, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. For the record, Louis W. Powell III and my colleague Kareem Musawar. Mr. Chairman, we're here on calendar number 180-23-S. We represent Branch House LLC.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the client has been non-responsive to our communications. We would like to withdraw the application.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Chairman.
So, yes, and just for the record, calendar number 180-23S is withdrawn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other continuances or withdrawals before we call our first case for the 2 p.m. call? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call our first case. Victor?
We're going to recall a case from the AM call. Case number 46223S, 6420 North California.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, again, so this is 46223S, 6420 North California. This was continued from the morning session. While everyone's getting situated, I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. Again, for calendar number 46223S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to convert an existing one-story office use area into 6 residential dwelling units, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated December 15, 2023, plans A 1.0, first floor plan and basement plan, and elevations A 2.0, dated December 6, 2023, and plans D 1.0, first floor existing and demo plan and basement existing and demo plan and section dated March 30, 2023, prepared by Sohn Architects LTD. Councilor Kolpak, you can proceed with the short form.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Paul Kolpak. I represent the applicant, Moten Empire, Inc. To my right is the applicant, to his right is Mr. Musawir. We're here today requesting a special use to allow residential use below the second story to convert the first story office to residential dwelling units. The property is approximately 18,760 square feet with a building of 16,482 square feet with 25 off-site parking spaces. We had a community meeting with from Alderman Silverstein's office, met with absolute support from the community. And I have no further information on that. The community was very happy for the additional housing. Mr. Moten, would you please state your name?
Imran Moten, Moten Empire.
And you're the applicant here, is that correct, Mr. Moten?
Yes, sir.
And your purpose of developing these 6 units is to provide affordable, while not required under the code, affordable for the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to self-manage these properties, correct?
Self-managed, and we are paying completely out of pocket. No state money or no government money.
I have no further questions from my client.
I'm sorry?
I have no further questions from my
Okay,
client.
keep going.
Mr. Musawir, would you please state your name?
Kareem Musawir.
And Mr. Musawir, you were retained by my client to look at the property and to determine whether or not this complies with the standards set forth in the zoning board of appeals. Is that correct? As
That's
to its
correct.
special use.
Yes,
And
sir.
you gave a findings of fact report, is that correct?
I did.
And you also provided an affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked to testify, you testified substantial compliance with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, I would.
I have no further questions.
And for the record, the board does recognize Mr. Musaweer's expertise. Are there any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Very much. Everybody healthy holiday.
Thank you.
Happy
too.
holidays.
Happy holidays.
Going out of order, case 48023S, 7,000 through 20 North Clark Street, 1754 through 60 West Lunt.
All right. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 48023S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult-use cannabis dispensary, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Perception Cannabis Chicago South, Inc., DBA Perception South Chicago. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated December 15, 2023, and the floor plan and elevations exterior dated December 14, 2023, all prepared by 2 Point Perspective, Inc. Would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kate Duncan. I am an attorney with offices located at 300 North LaSalle Street. I'm appearing this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, which is Perception Cannabis Chicago South, Inc., DBA Perception Chicago South, in connection with its application for a special use for the property located at 7,000 to 720 North Clark Street and 1754 to 60 West Lunt Avenue. Present this afternoon, we have a full team of people with us. We have Mr. Byron Millsap, who is the owner and director of Perception Chicago South. Then we have Charles Shirkey, who's the secretary and director of Perception Chicago South. We have Ron Elkins, who is our architect, George Kissel, who is our land planner, Terry O'Brien, our appraiser, Abe Jamal, our security consultant, and Peter Lemon, our traffic engineer.
That's a mouthful. Just so you know, you can proceed with the short form on this.
So the applicant is seeking to use an existing retail commercial space in an existing building at 7,000 North Clark Street as an adult-use cannabis dispensary. The property is zoned C1-2, and a special use is required to use this property for an adult-use cannabis dispensary. Along with the findings of fact that we submitted, we included affidavits from all of the individuals that are here to testify today. And we also included extensive reports from Mr. Kissel, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Lemon, and Mr. Jamal. The proposed dispensary will comply with all the standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance if the special use is granted. As set forth in the findings of fact, the proposed dispensary is in the interest of public convenience and will not create adverse impacts on the neighborhood because the property is in a commercial corridor with good access to public transit and is in a location that is well located to serve the public. Applicant has been specifically focused on safety and security and has taken significant measures to adopt security plans to ensure that the proposed dispensary will be operated to focus on dispensary and neighborhood security. Applicants reusing an existing tenant space in an existing building and no material alterations are proposed for the exterior of the building, ensuring that the dispensary will be compatible with the site planning, building scale, project design character of the neighborhood. The operations proposed by applicant will also be compatible with the neighborhood since the proposed dispensary will operate in a manner that is compatible with other retail businesses, including compatible hours of operation, outdoor lighting, etc. Applicant has access to 8 parking spaces on the property, which is a significant advantage for applicant, and will allow it to serve those customers who may need to drive to the facility, though the neighborhood is largely served by public transit and is a highly walkable neighborhood. There's also a divvy station and multiple bus stops right at this location. Further, all loading will take place on the property at the rear of the retail store and will be done in strict compliance with all security protocol. Applicant has taken significant measures to ensure that the security of the location and for the neighborhood is paramount. It has engaged a premier security consultant who has extensive experience with cannabis dispensary security to help prepare its security plan and to help with security operating procedures for the dispensary. Applicant held multiple community meetings, the first of which was a virtual meeting last spring, which was very well attended. And then applicant also held another community meeting as required by the zoning ordinance within the 49th Ward at Potawatomi Park on November 1st, 2023. Applicant has received a letter of support from Alderwoman Haddon, and I believe she is also here today. And so if I can just put on my witnesses each one, then I will do so. So Mr. Millsap, have you submitted an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Shirkey, have you submitted an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Great. And Mr. Elkins, have you submitted an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
I have.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
It would, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kissel, have you submitted a report and an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue testifying today, would your testimony be consistent with your report and your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, have you submitted a report and an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit and your report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Mr. Jamal, have you submitted an affidavit and a report along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue testifying today, would your testimony be consistent with that report and the affidavit?
Absolutely will.
Thank you. And Mr. Lemon, have you submitted an affidavit and a report along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And if you were to continue testifying today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit and report?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. We are here and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So, first question, who's the majority owner?
Mr. Millsap.
I figured that, but I just wanted to ask. And you don't plan on selling, you plan on keeping the location? I mean, I've had some people, they come and then a year later, they sell it and, but you plan on operating and owning?
Plan is to maintain the location
Very good.
for the duration.
That's what I wanted to hear. Great, 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 great. And are you a partner in?
I'm a partner, yes.
And you're going to be one of the operating partners too?
That's right. The intention is for us to own this into perpetuity.
Very good. And do you live in the ward too?
I live just down the street.
Ah, perfect. See, you guys are, these are.
We're homegrown.
questions. I love
Rogers
it.
Park,
I love it.
yeah.
All right, I like it. I like it. All right, those are the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions from the board? I do note in the file that we do have Alderwoman Haddon's letter of support. Alderwoman, did you want to say anything in addition? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just add, this is our second process we've gone through in the 49th Ward considering a dispensary. And 49th Ward residents are excited about this. Unfortunately, our other company, we've had trouble with locations, but this one has worked out very well. So it's got my full support. And in addition to those community meetings, we have a pretty robust engagement process involving community surveys as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing this go through.
Thank you very much. All right, with no other questions, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
On the next regular order, case number 464-23C, 2821 West 25th Street.
All right, would everyone plan to testify? Please raise your right hand. Stand up. Counselor, you don't actually need, you're an attorney
Okay.
and presumed to be telling the truth.
Great.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. My name is Nick Standiford, law firm of Shane Banks, 70 West Madison, Suite 5400 in Chicago. Here to my right is Kareem Marshall, the applicant's representative, and Jaime Gascon, the applicant's architect. The reason we're here today is we're seeking a variation to reduce the front setback from the required 14.4 feet to 0.41 feet for a proposed three-story stair and deck on the front of an existing three-story six-dwelling unit building. The subject unit that we're providing access to is on the top there in the front. And all we're seeking to do is add a staircase in front of that to bring it up to code. So with that said, I will introduce the applicant. State your name.
Kareem Corey?
And Mr. Corey, did you provide an affidavit to the board for the hearing today?
Yes.
Are the statements that you made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
Do you adopt those statements as your testimony here today?
Yes.
And do you concur with my opening statement and my summary of the variation application here today?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gascon, same questions to you. State your name again.
My name is Jaime Gascon.
And did you submit an affidavit to the hearing for the hearing today?
I did.
Are the statements that you made in your affidavit true and correct?
Correct. Yes.
Do you adopt those statements here in your testimony today?
Yes.
And you concur with my summary of my basic summary, my layman's summary of the staircase we're seeking to add in the front?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, 46623Z, 1849 North Wilmot.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor Moore, you can
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
Hi, I'm Lauren Conway Modal. I'm the owner occupant,
And where do you live?
1849 North Wilmot Avenue.
Okay, and who do you live there with?
I live there with my husband Martin and our daughter Erin.
Okay, and how long have you owned the property?
We bought the property in March of 2017 and we moved in April.
So you, about 5 years?
6?
Okay, and then recently you.
Math, Tom.
That's why I'm a lawyer. Then sometime recently you had a leak.
Should I? Yeah, okay. So we discovered a leak in the closet of our primary bedroom. It was pretty significant, which required us to seek remediation to our roof. And during this process, we uncovered that there was a delta between the original plans and how the home was built. And so we're seeking to bring the house into compliance, get a variance.
Okay, and so you didn't create any of that situation?
No.
You're just trying to fix it
Right.
or make it all into compliance is a
That's
better
correct.
way to say it.
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where if you were to continue to testify, you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. The gentleman to her right, will you tell us who you are?
I am Martin Modal.
And is there anything you want to add to your wife's testimony?
No.
A very smart man. And will you tell us who you are?
Michael Ryan, the architect.
And you weren't involved in the original whatever, when it was built or?
No.
And this couple hired you to help them fix the leak?
As well as some rooftop deck improvements, yes.
Okay, and when you went to submit plans, you came across these discrepancies? Is
Yes.
that right? And your plans now would correct all the discrepancies and the building would be in full compliance if the board sees fit to grant these variances, is that right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, it will fit right into the character of the neighborhood? It's always been there? It's not essentially changed?
Absolutely. The design is as of right for all the improvements we're seeking. We're just rectifying the existing non-compliance.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance, and if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it, is that right?
Yes.
That's our case.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, 467-23S, 2600 West Fullerton.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The recommendation for calendar number 467-23S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. And for the record, the board recognizes Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Thank you very much. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Will you tell the board who you are?
My name is Blanca Delgado.
And what's your occupation or profession?
I am a cosmetologist, licensed cosmetologist.
Licensed by the state?
Yes.
And for how long have you been working in that industry?
I've been doing hair for about 15 years.
Okay, and during that time, mostly you worked for other people?
Yes, I did.
And now you've secured a lease and you hope to open your own shop, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you put down the hours and addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it, is that right?
Yes.
Will you tell us who you are, sir?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And at my request, you did a study, did a report, and are here to testify that this application can and does comply with all the criteria necessary for the boards to grant a special use. Is that right?
That's correct.
If you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
Yes.
That's our case.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Next case, 469-23S, 7100 South Halsted, 803 West 71st Street.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. For calendar number 469-23S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed gas station with a convenience store, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Abdul Abdelkader Saleh, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 15, 2023, prepared by Project Studio LLC. And three, prior to issuance any building permits, the applicant submits updated plans to the Department of Planning and Development for review and approval, showing the air and vacuum equipment relocated to the parking area at the southwest corner of the site along the west property line. Counselor Pekarsky, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm Tom Pekarsky of the law firm.
I'm sorry, Nancy Radzovich has her hand raised.
Sorry to interrupt. This memo was drafted last night, and we have since received the revised plans showing that relocation, so that last condition can be removed.
Okay, so that would be condition 3?
Yes.
Okay, so condition 3 for the record has been removed from the Department of Planning and Development's recommendations.
I am Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky. Joining me this afternoon is Abdelkader Saleh, who is the owner and applicant, Gregory Jomek, who is the project architect, and Joseph Ryan, who is a real estate appraiser. We're before you this afternoon seeking a special use in order to upgrade and invest in the existing gas station with accessory convenience store. Mr. Saleh has operated a gas station and convenience store on this site for several years. Prior to his ownership, it has historically been used by previous owners with the same use since at least 1986. Recently, the property adjoining was offered for sale. Customers have always expressed frustration over having to wait for gas in the past, so this presented a unique opportunity to expand the business, one that may never come up again. If the special use is granted, Mr. Saleh will demolish the existing convenience store, which is located in the center of the property. This location has always been problematic as on-site pedestrian traffic and automobile traffic vie for the same space. He will replace it with a new convenience store located in the southern border of the property. He will also expand his pump capacity. He will also provide more on-site parking, eliminate a curb cut, and decrease the size of other curb cuts. And while the improvement is the establishment of a gas station and convenience store, what the special use really will do is allow investment and upgrade of a long existing and popular business. And prior to seeking this special use, we needed to seek zoning relief in the form of a zoning amendment. So we have been through the neighborhood vetting and aldermanic vetting with Alderman Moore's office on this project, and it was what the zoning was amended specifically for this use. With that, I would like to call my first witness. Mr. Saleh, please state your name and business address for the record.
Name Abdelkader, last name Saleh, 7100 to 7118 South Halsted Street, Chicago.
Do you own the property commonly known as 7100 through 18 South Halsted and also known as 803 West 71st Street?
Yes,
And when did you purchase the property?
on October 21.
Do you currently operate a gas station with a small convenience store on the subject site?
Yes,
Did the gas station and convenience store exist on the site at the time of your purchase?
yes,
And has a gas station and convenience store existed on the site since at least 1986?
yes,
Did you recently acquire 3 legal lots to the south of your original 5 legal lots in the hopes of expanding your operation?
yes,
Were the southern lots previously used as an auto storage lot and sale of junk vehicles?
yes,
And was it only paved with gravel?
yes,
Do you plan to replace the existing convenience store with a larger convenience store that will be located to the south end of the property?
yes,
And is the existing convenience store located in the middle of the property?
yes,
Does the current location of the convenience store cause pedestrians to have to walk through driving lanes to access the convenience store?
yes,
Will this new proposed configuration provide a much more logical flow for traffic on your property and increase pedestrian safety?
yes,
What are your current hours of operation?
24 hours.
Counselor, what I was going to say is you can have him swear, you can have actually all of your witnesses swear to their affidavits, and then we'll see if there's any questions.
I will proceed in that. And all of my witnesses, please speak directly into the microphones to help the court reporter. Mr. Sala, have I prepared and you have reviewed and signed an affidavit attesting to the facts of this matter?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the questions on that affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar or exactly the same this day? Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. I'd next like to call Mr. Gregory Jomek. Mr. Jomek, please state your name, occupation, and business address for the record.
Gregory Jomek, project architect, 2810 RFD, Long Grove, Illinois.
And have I prepared a affidavit attesting to the facts of this matter and to your testimony?
Yes.
And if I were to call you, ask you the same questions today on that affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar or exactly the same as the time of the affidavit?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. I would next like to call Mr. Joseph Ryan. Mr. Ryan, please state your name and a business address, occupation and business address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Hoyne Avenue in Chicago.
And have I previously prepared an affidavit of your facts that you have reviewed and signed and what were previously presented to the board?
Yes.
And if I asked you the questions from that affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar or identical to statements on the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness, no further witnesses.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two cases, 470-23S, 471-23D, 1100 South Corliss Avenue.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 470-23S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Khalid Siddiqui, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 8, 2023, prepared by Project Studio LLC. Counselor Pekarsky, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. I am Tom Pekarsky, the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky. Joining me this afternoon is Khalid Siddiqui, who is the owner and applicant, Gregory Jomek, who is the project architect, and Joseph Ryan, who is the real estate appraiser. We're before you seeking a special use and variation for the investment in an expansion of an existing gas station. Gas station has existed on this site for approximately 55 years. Mr. Siddiqui has operated the station for several decades of that time. The gas station had an accessory convenience store and car wash when he purchased the business. Unfortunately, the car wash experienced fire damage and became inoperable. Car wash portion of the building remained and attached to the convenience store. Khalid would now like to reestablish the car wash, which results in an expansion of the entirety of the uses, including the gas station and convenience store, which is why we must seek a special use. The variation is for landscaping on the property. The city requires a certain number of linear feet of landscaping for this property. We were not able to provide such an amount of linear feet because it would have eliminated pumps, existing gas pumps. Instead, we came up with a novel concept to shorten the linear feet, but increase the width. And the result is that we are actually going to provide more landscape area, square footage than we would have under the existing code. At this time, I would like to call my first witness, Mr. Siddiqui.
Yes.
Please state your name and business address for the record.
Khalid Siddiqui.
And have I previously prepared an affidavit regarding your facts and testimony for this matter that you have signed and has been submitted to the board?
Yes.
And if I repeated those questions to you today, would your answers be substantially similar or exactly the same as at the time of signing the affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I've had no further questions of this witness. I would next like to call Mr. Jomek. Mr. Jomek, please state your name, occupation, and business address for the record.
Gregory Jomek, architect, 2810 RFD, Long Grove, Illinois.
And have I previously prepared an affidavit regarding your testimony that you have reviewed and signed in this matter?
Yes.
And if I asked you identical questions to those on the affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar or identical to those at the time of the signature?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. I would next like to call Mr. Joseph Ryan. Mr. Ryan, please state your name, occupation, and business address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Mr. Ryan, have I previously prepared an affidavit outlining your testimony that you would provide for today?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions that appear on that affidavit, would your answers be substantially similar or exactly the same to the time of the signing of that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness and no further witnesses.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Case 47223S, 3250 North Clark.
Are you two here an objection? We usually have the objectors sit at that table. Before we begin, Counselor Pekarsky, have you had a chance to speak with the objectors?
I did. I don't believe we have an opportunity to come to a resolution on this.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 47223S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the tavern expansion to a proposed outdoor patio, provided one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Flippin' D's. Two, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan for Flippin' D's Pub dated December 14, 2023, prepared by Dana Alhuti. And three, proposed patio lighting should have cut-off fixtures and should be mounted a minimum of 12 inches below top of fence. Would everyone plan to testify, including the objectors, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings? Thank you. Councilor Pekarsky, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, I am Tom Pekarsky of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky. Joining me this afternoon is Dana Alhuti, who is the applicant and owner of Flippin' D's Bar, and Joseph Ryan, a real estate appraiser with a LaSalle Appraisal Group.
And for the record, the board does recognize Mr. Ryan's expertise.
Thank you. We're before you this afternoon seeking a special use to establish a rear outdoor patio that is accessory to the existing bar. Ms. Alhudi has owned the bar for 6 years. However, prior to her ownership, a bar has existed at this site for at least 30 years and possibly longer. Ms. Alhudi has operated an outdoor patio at the rear of the property since 2000 under a seasonal permit program offered by the city. It began as a necessity to keep her business from dying during COVID. However, it has now become a feature popular with the neighborhood customers. Unfortunately, the seasonal license only allows Dana to operate from about May to October. It also requires a yearly application. Dana would like the ability to operate year-round without the administrative difficulties of having to apply each year. The special use application would provide that ability. The security of a permanent license will also allow her to invest in the patio. Currently, the patio is paved but otherwise unimproved, so it's open on two sides, both sides of which are public alleys. So it does present some difficulties there. If granted, Dana would install a 6-foot-high wooden fence to enclose the perimeter and limit access to only the front door of the bar. So there would only be ingress and egress from the very front of the bar along Harlem Avenue. She would install ballards so that cars could not break through onto the property on either side of at the alley. She will also provide waitered service to the tables that she puts back there. Although they are not permanent, they will not be permanent tables. They are temporary tables. Can be moved in or out as needed. She has operated a back patio without complaint being brought to her attention for 3 years and would like to do so into the future. I would like to now call my first witness, Dana Alhudi. Please speak into the microphone as you give your testimony, Dana. Please state your name and business address for the record.
My name is Dana Alhoti. The address is 3215 North Harlem Avenue.
Are you the owner of Flippin' D's, which is the business that is the subject of this application?
Yes,
Is Flippin' D's a bar with some food service?
yes,
How long have you owned Flippin' D's?
a little over 6 years.
Was it a licensed bar when you purchased it?
Yes,
Do you know how long there has been a bar at this location?
a minimum of 30 years.
Are your clients generally people from the surrounding neighborhood?
Yes,
And do the residents across the alley from you patronize your business?
yes,
Does the bar building take up the front 71 feet of the property, as you can see on the plan we presented?
yes,
And is the rear of the property paved with no building?
yes,
You seek with this application to operate an outdoor patio on the rear open portion of the property.
yes,
You are not proposing to expand the building, correct?
correct.
Have you previously obtained a permit issued by the city of Chicago to operate a seasonal outdoor patio?
Yes,
Excuse me. In fact, didn't you have a seasonal permit to operate an outdoor patio this year?
yes,
Did you first obtain a license to operate the seasonal rear patio in 2020?
yes,
Is that license seasonal?
yes,
And does it also require you to renew it every year?
yes,
Has the city ever denied you your request to operate a back patio?
no,
And have you ever been fined for the manner you operate the back patio?
no,
Could you continue to obtain business licenses to operate the back patio seasonally?
yes,
Is there any reason to believe you wouldn't continue to be approved by the city?
no,
Are you seeking the special use today so that you can operate the back patio year-round and not have to apply for the license each year?
yes,
Knowing you have such a license will provide you with the sufficient assurance to invest in improvement of the patio, correct?
correct.
And is the rear of the property currently open to the alleys that border your property on both the south and the east?
Yes,
And does this pose possible traffic safety issues?
no,
If the special use is granted, will you enclose the entirety of the back area with a 6-foot-high wooden fence?
yes,
Will you also install ballard poles along the alleys to prevent cars from hitting the fence?
yes,
Excuse me. So approval of the special use will actually result in increased safety for your patrons.
Yes,
Will the 6-foot-high fence also provide screening from the patio for your neighbors?
yes,
There's no screening present now with your current license operation, correct?
correct.
And does the city require fencing for your seasonal permits?
No,
Will you install any permanent tables or chairs in the patio?
no,
Will you install a bar in the outdoor?
no,
Will you provide waiter service for the back patio?
yes,
And will you allow any outdoor live entertainment?
no.
What is the maximum capacity of the outdoor area?
50 people.
But in your experience, are there usually far fewer people than that?
Yes.
How many would you say on average you would, are out there at a time?
Well, sorry, like right now or when I had I'm sorry.
Well, when you had the license,
When I had a license, maybe 15, 20 people.
what are the hours of operation of the patio under the current license?
Monday, Thursday, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 7 a.m. to midnight, and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Do you request to continue those hours with the special use?
Yes,
And you will comply with any limitation that a permanent license would require, the city would require with a permanent license?
yes,
The seasonal licenses you have obtained in the past allow you to operate during warm months, correct?
yes,
Have you had any complaints that you know of to your operation for your use?
no,
And will this special use allow you to operate during the colder months, when windows and doors are closed and less people go outside?
yes,
You previously said that most of your customers were from the surrounding area, correct?
yes,
Do they generally walk to the bar?
yes,
Have they expressed a desire to you to have your outdoor patio?
yes,
So is the patio in the public interest, in your opinion?
yes,
The bar is located on Harlem Avenue, correct?
yes,
Is Harlem Avenue busy with auto traffic?
yes,
And can you hear lots of noise, or can you hear noise from Harlem Avenue at all hours?
yes,
Is your bar also within 100 feet of the intersection of Harlem and Belmont Avenues?
yes,
Is Belmont busy with auto traffic?
yes,
And can you hear noise from Belmont Avenue as well at all?
yes,
Are both Harlem and Belmont populated with businesses in that location?
yes,
And is your bar consistent with the operation of the surrounding business district?
yes,
You previously said you have operated a back patio for the last 3 years, correct?
yes,
Has the operation had any adverse impact to the general welfare?
no,
Have you presented your proposal to Alderman Taliaferro?
yes,
Has he issued a letter of support for your
yes.
application? If I may approach the chair, I do have a letter from Alderman Taliaferro
Okay.
that we just recently received. Thank you.
For the record, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Taliaferro dated December 15, 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Ms. Alhudy. I would like,
Let's do, yeah, and then any questions. Let's go to Mr. Ryan, and then we'll open it up for questions.
thank you. Please state your name, occupation, and business address for the record.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
Have you and you have been accepted in the past as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
by the- Are you familiar with the property commonly known as 3215 North Harlem Avenue?
I am.
Have you had an opportunity to make an on-site inspection of the subject site?
Yes,
Please describe the subject site.
it's a rectangular city lot, 24, 25 foot wide, 126 foot, 128 foot deep.
Have you had an opportunity to make an on-site inspection of the neighborhood and community surrounding the subject site?
Yes,
Please describe the surrounding neighborhood and community.
you know, our commercial businesses on arterial streets, residential uses in the interior streets.
And are there any similar uses to the one we are proposing today in the community?
Yes.
Have they had a deleterious impact on the community from a real estate perspective, real estate appraisal perspective?
No.
Are you familiar with the proposal to use the rear portion of the subject site as an outdoor patio for the existing tavern?
Yes.
Have you been employed to analyze the impact of introduction of the proposed use on the surrounding community from your expert perspective?
Yes,
And have you reduced your analysis to a written form?
I have.
Has that written report been previously submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yes.
Please verbally describe your findings for the Zoning Board of Appeals.
The property or the proposed use is within the public convenience, especially for smokers who will probably use it more than the other patrons. It's significant in these bar uses that the smokers can no longer smoke inside, so they tend to need a place to smoke outside. We've examined the other criteria. There'll be no detriment to the public welfare. Pedestrian safety will be addressed. There's no safety issues with the bar. It's been there for over 30 years. What this will do will protect the patrons with the bollards in the back to prevent any type of car going through the fence. There's numerous other uses across the city. The 6-foot fence will screen the neighbors from the use on two sides is commercial use, so that will have no effect at all. I examined each of the criteria for this board to grant a special use for this. And in my report, I addressed all of them, and it does meet the criteria.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness and no further witnesses at this time.
Before we turn to the objectors, are there any questions for the applicant from the board?
Yes, I got a few questions. All right, so how long you been operating at this location?
6 years.
6 years. Have you had any issues with BACP, Business Affairs and Consumer Protection?
No.
In those 6 years? Have you had any issues with the liquor commissioner?
No.
Very good. And you're right at Belmont and Harlem, right?
On Harlem.
Yeah, you're right on Harlem, right? I'm going somewhere with it.
Sorry.
And there's a White Castle right on the corner of Belmont and Harlem, right? Right?
Yes, on the other side.
Yeah, on the other side, right? On the southwest side, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. And that's 24 hours?
Yes.
There's a lot of traffic, a lot going on in that neighborhood all night long, right? Especially with the White Castle there for 24 hours. Surprised you didn't bring it up, Mr. So with that said, yes, I just wanted to make sure my colleagues understood that corner, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? And obviously I understand that corner, so I just wanted to make sure that we know it's a very busy corner, 24 hours.
Lots of ambient noise that corner.
Very
We have
good.
a TBK across the street
Y-
as well.
Excuse me?
We also have a TBK, Taco Burrito King across the
Yes.
street from us.
Is that 24 hours too?
I think they close at 2.
2, that's what I think. Yeah, yeah. So you have a 2 o'clock taco burrito place, you have a 24-hour, and that's like a stone throw away from you.
Yeah.
Literally.
And Dana, if I can reemphasize one more time, I know I elicited this in testimony, but you have never been fined for your operation.
No, that's what she said. She said she had no issues with
Okay.
business affairs.
Just in any way.
Right, and so that's business affairs. So you've had a clean record for 6 years. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Esposito. I have some questions, I guess, more related to how the patio is enclosed. Is it solely enclosed by the 6-foot fence? We have images of tents. Are you going to continue to use those?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
So is it just an open air patio that you're going to operate all year long?
Well, I would like to do the fencing and everything. Right now, it was just open for the last 4 years. I just had to,
So when it snows outside, your patrons are hanging out there being served by waiters?
when it snows.
Yeah.
So we had a tent last winter, 20 by 20 tent.
Right. So we have images of the tents. So are you going to continue to use the tents, was my question.
Yes, yes.
And are they heated?
They're not heated, but there is a gas line that the fire department came to check when I did the permit. So, and they said everything was fine. So it's a natural gas that we could use to heat up the tent.
So you do plan to heat the
Yes.
tents?
But also in addressing that, I think that that tent is the photo is unrepresentative of the tent. The 20 by 20 is just that first tent, correct?
They are both 20 by 20. and
So
they-
you would only have one of those
Yes.
in your situation. And flaps could go down on that to further muffle any sounds coming from your use during the winter months.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, and one other thing I would just want to jump in on, you said you would obviously close at 11 o'clock Sunday through Thursday, 12 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. And those, just so my colleagues know this as well, those hours are set by the liquor commissioner.
Correct.
So you are just doing the hours that are set by business affairs / the liquor commissioner.
Yes,
Which begin at 7 a.m., is that what you said?
yes,
And you are open at 7 a.m.?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, it's a very busy little corner over there, Bill. Must not get over there that much. Very good.
This is a bar that it is patronized by people from multiple shifts. So this is
Understand.
not.
All right, at this time, let's turn to the objectors. Sir, do you want to state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, it's Mark Gushkovich, and the address is 3226 North Neva.
And could you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Gorzkowicz.
Okay. And tell us why you're here in objection.
Okay. So we've received a notice from the Zoning Board of Appeals that informs us of the Flippin' D's, which is located at 3215 Harlem Avenue, requesting to establish a rear outdoor patio. We spoke to the residents in the surrounding area on the block immediately to the rear of the bar. And we've obtained 24 signatures, myself. my
Mr.
sis-
Chairman, if I have to cut in for the record, for record purposes here, I object to any statements about any people who they, the statements of anybody who they have spoken to, or the inclusion of any kind of list, as that's hearsay.
Okay.
Do you have a list? Did you obtain signatures?
Yes.
All right, I'll allow the submission of the list. The representation of what they said to you is hearsay. So the objection is to what they told you is hearsay, but I will allow the list into evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for cutting in. I just, before anything gets out, I needed to. And I may have additional objections as we go along.
And Victor's going to make a copy so that you've got a copy of the signatures as well.
Thank you.
Continue.
So we've obtained a list of 24 signatures, which include my own, my sister's, and my mother's. We reside at 3226, so it's back to back with the business. And the bar operated the patio from June 26, 2020 until sometime in August, as reported on the Facebook page. They set up the tents, as we have seen, behind the bar with outdoor games. They had a TV, speakers outside of the bar. At that time, the bar was playing music really loud, and you could hear the sports events at all hours of the day and night without regard for noise ordinance or well-being of like the neighbors. It's open 7 days a week. And as we've observed on their Facebook page, it's open till 2 a.m. Pretty much every day, with the exception of the weekend. I believe it's 3 a.m. on one of those days. We've placed multiple 911 calls due to noise from the bar and the patrons. fight, yell. We've heard vehicles peel out in the rear. In the alley. The patrons urinate in the alley, trespass through our yards, which we have called in before, and leave empty beer bottles on Neva. The criminal activity at the bar has been recorded on the City of Chicago Police website, and we also have that attached to this if you would like to see it. In summary, the bar and its patrons affect our quality of living and prevent us from quiet enjoyment of our properties that we pay taxes on. Allowing an expansion of this bar will further deteriorate our neighborhood is what we believe. And I would respectfully ask for you not to allow the expansion of the patio. Thank you.
Do you have other evidence that you want to submit?
Yes.
Again, I would renew my objection.
It's overruled. Yeah, well, first of all, while we wait for the copies of the evidence you've submitted, did you have anything further to say?
Just what I've already said. I could elaborate a little bit further. I mean,
I'm sure I can see Commissioner Toya has a question for you about it. The other thing I want to ask you before I get to Commissioner Toya's question is, did you have any questions for the applicant? You have the right to ask questions of the applicant if you want.
If I think of something, could I ask shortly after? There's
I will allow you to do that, so Commissioner Toya is going to ask some questions. If you think of something in that time, you can ask. But once we go back to the applicant for rebuttal, at that time, your time to speak will have finished, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Toya, go ahead and ask your question.
So you mentioned police website. Could you go a little deeper on that? Was it official police website?
It's the city of.
Because if it's an official police website, official, not just a blog, that would go to Business Affairs and the Liquor Commissioner. Any official police report, so my colleagues and everyone understand this, anytime the police put a report, it goes to the Liquor Commissioner in Business Affairs. That's why I asked that question earlier. Now, if that's just a website, that's a different story. But if there is a official police report, that would have been sent to Business Affairs and the Liquor Commissioner.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's just a blog, you know what I mean? Or if it is, if there was an official police report. Because like I said, official police reports have to go to Business Affairs and the Liquor Commissioner.
I understand.
Anything, even if they're selling, cigarettes to minors, you know what I mean? It goes, anything, anytime there's a police report. So I just want to make sure my colleagues understand that and everyone in the room understands that. You know what I mean?
So just for the record, what was submitted, part of what was submitted is printouts from the chicagopolice.org website of crime incidents in the area.
Right, it's not official City of Chicago Police Department website, is it?
It is home.chicagopolice.org.
Okay. And what did they say? Was there a report written up? Miscellaneous.
And most of these are
Yeah, because miscellaneous might not go to business affairs, so.
None of, these
You,
don't
hold up,
pertain.
hold up, hold up.
Oh,
You're gonna have your opportunity for rebuttal, but now is not that time.
I appreciate it.
Okay, someone is the street, okay? Our tavern, miscellaneous. Street, miscellaneous. Okay, some of these are for the street and some of these are for the bar or tavern. But I see miscellaneous on all of them, except one. JG 148327.
This is Commissioner Esposito again. So do I understand correctly that the hours that the applicant is reporting that they use this patio are not what you're saying in reality happens?
The overall hours based off of their Facebook page say till 2 a.m., whereas they're explaining it's gonna be 11 p.m. We've heard patrons go way beyond 2 a.m. As I work at night, so on my days off, I'm awake and I can visually see the patrons.
Have you ever contacted the police in relation to the bar?
We have, yes. We've had a couple of incidents, noise complaints primarily, and an incident where we had an individual walk through our yard, which we put a lock on it now to kind of deter individuals from coming in. But we had him come through our yard and sit on the front steps of our house, and we contacted the Chicago Police Department. They came and picked him up, and I guess they drove him home. I don't know what the resolution was.
Victor, could we get, from business affairs, could we see if there's any issues here? Tell the Commissioner Myers that Commissioner Toya would like to know if that's a fact. Or you could call Commissioner Shannon Trotter, either one of them.
And you're contending that, so they were operating in hours when, beyond what, they were, permitted to do, and, on dates that they were not permitted to use the outdoor patio. Is that what you're telling us?
It's after the outdoor patio has been taken down, just individuals in general in the back screaming, yelling. I've heard bottles breaking. Obviously, this is also hearsay from the neighbor to the north of them. Syringes in the alley, things of that nature, but I personally haven't gone back that far.
Well, I have an.
Do you have an objection?
to that,
Voice your
absolutely.
objection.
He has not linked this to our clientele or our business in any way.
All right, that's more rebuttal than an objection.
But I have heard the noise go well past 2, 3 a.m., sometimes closer to 4 a.m. I can't recall any specific times where it's been around 5 or anything like that, but definitely past 2, past 3.
All right, are there any questions, for the objectors? Nothing? Before we go back to the applicant, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have one. So it was stated that there were no liquor or license violations, but per the Chicago or City of Chicago website, there is a specific liquor violation there associated to the bar and tavern. I was wondering if you guys had a report of that, or at least.
Are you asking us?
I'm
or the
in
applicant?
general, I'm sorry.
if you didn't give it to us, we don't have it.
Okay. It's just what I've noticed on the paperwork I gave you.
Right,
It's-
and I'm going to, as soon as it's over, I will call the Commissioner of Business Affairs.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, at this point, we are going to turn back to the applicant for rebuttal, which you're going to get, but I do want to ask some questions. The permit that you obtained to use the outdoor patio for the last 3 years, what were the parameters under which you could use the outdoor patio?
I'm not understanding the question.
So were you restricted to dates, date range and a time frame, as far as, till midnight or whatever?
Yes, yes,
Okay, and so what were those parameters?
to not serve, no service of alcohol, like, so, like, waitresses couldn't go out there and serve anyone after it was closed.
Okay, and closed was when?
Months, which months were you? What are the months that you're allowed to operate under the temporary license?
Oh, it's from May 1st to October 31st that it can operate.
Okay, so from May 1st of the year until October 31st, you could operate outside?
Yes,
Okay. Did you operate outside in months that you were not permitted to do so?
no,
Part of what was submitted, well, let me ask a question. Does Flippin' D's have a Facebook page?
yes,
Okay. And do you control the Flippin' D's Facebook page?
yes.
And as part of what was submitted, I'm just gonna pull it up in the air. Does this look like Flippin' D's Facebook page?
Yes.
Okay. There is a post from April 3rd, 2021.
I'm sorry.
Do you have that one, Counselor? This would be the post from April 3rd, 2021.
What does that one look like?
What's that?
I can't tell from this. So what is it? Which one?
It looks like this one.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so is this is the post that's in front of you, is this a Facebook post from Flippin' D's on April 3rd, 2021?
Yes,
Okay, and on this post, it says outdoor patio open?
oh, that we actually have an outdoor patio. That was my purpose of it.
Okay, so what you're saying here is that you're not actually operating in April? You're just alerting people that the outdoor patio is open?
So this is 2021, so I think the hours were only till 1 o'clock. We didn't have till 2 o'clock regular Sunday through Friday and Saturday till 3. So it was only till 1 o'clock that we were open.
But my question is, you just told us that you were allowed to operate from May to
Sorry, I could explain that.
May to October.
Yes, this is the first year, 2023, where they did the new permit that only operating from May to October 31st, only 2023. Previously to that, it was from January all the way to December.
Okay, okay.
That is true.
Okay, so 2023 was the first year where the temporary permit that you had only allowed you to go from May to end of October?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the Facebook posts submitted appear to be from 2021 or 2020. Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Does anyone
No,
else?
I'm just gonna, as soon as we
Okay.
finish here, I'm gonna
Anything?
get some questions answered upstairs.
Okay. And then Counselor Pekarsky, it's your time for rebuttal.
Okay, great. It, just in response to the objectors, some of the objectors' statements, he made a statement first that, he was directly behind this property, which, he is not. 3226 is, between 75 and, possibly over 100 feet from the back door of this property. He had testified that he heard music when the patio was not in operation. Now, there is ambient noise created by a bar, and the door occasionally opens to the bar. So he's testifying to the legal use of this property that isn't the subject of today's hearing. And I do, out of the complaints, I'm having a difficult time making hide or hair of the packet of information that he gave. However, if you look, most of the crime is not connected to the operation of the bar, but people, we have no idea whether these were patrons of the bar. Things like order of protection, a violation of an order of protection, that has nothing to do with the operation of a bar. We have no link that this is due to the operation of our business. What we can rely on is the statements that we've made along the way. Mrs. El-Hudi has owned this bar for 6 years. She has never been fined for operation, for her operation. She has continued to receive permits from the city. Every year she's scrutinized by the city to obtain these permits, and every year the city issues the permit. Certainly, the alderman would have been informed had this become a nuisance, and instead we have the alderman supporting this. Excuse me, I'm a little under the weather. Supporting this project, specifically supporting this project. If we are going to accept petitions, we do have a petition that we have prepared, that Mrs. El-Hudi has prepared, of people in the neighborhood who are supportive of it. And if I may approach the chair and submit that as well. Dana, do you have the? Okay, could you please provide?
Go ahead and get it.
So this is, as I conclude, this is a business that has been good for the neighborhood, is desired by the neighborhood, and one that has been so far under the most bare bones of circumstances been able to be a benefit. Now with this permanent license, with the issuance of a permanent license, we would be able to invest in this property, create screening so that there'd be no access to the alleys. That would screen noise as well. And we're open to suggestions in working with the neighbors to further demote any noise leaving the property. we will stick and have stuck to the hours of required by the license. We've never been cited for uh, operating beyond the hours of a outdoor permit in 3 years. And I would ask that, I would ask the board to approve this application.
All right, last chance. Any final questions from the commissioners? Oh, Nancy Radzovich has her hand raised. Nancy? Go ahead.
Hi. I just wanted to point out that the plans that we reviewed, we were not aware that there was a tent. And I mentioned it to the attorneys. I've since been in contact with Patrick Murphy and Kyle Bartlett. The only reason why that may be important is that tent will trip additional or count as additional floor area. And we didn't, it looks like because it's a single-story building, it may be okay, but that should be confirmed.
If it requires any permitting or any additional square footage to the building, we will withdraw having or adding any additional square footage to the existing building. We will not have a tent there.
Okay. I think we have everything at this point. I want to thank everybody for their testimony and input today. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to all those who are relevant to, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two cases, 47323D.
Merry Christmas.
Good.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, before we close out this was the list of names who were.
Just, yeah. For the record, what was tendered was a list of names in support.
As I was saying,
Go 2 hours here. Then, what was it? The hoop? No.
I do it when I have.
Right.
Not a.
Yeah, 1630.
Next two cases, 47323Z, 47423D, 831 West Pleasantville Avenue.
Thank you.
All right, would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. I'll be brief.
Sounds good.
Warren
Last time we
Silver.
saw you, we went long.
That's, I totally understand. Warren Silver, Silver Law Office PC, representing Rebecca Korak Wone and Peter Wone, who reside in the subject property at 831 West Lil. It is a single-family home in an RT4 zoning district. It is the personal residence of the applicants and owners. It's a two-story plus basement, single-family home, frame construction. We are seeking here variations to reduce rear setback from the required 35.13 feet to 1.3 feet, west side setback from 2 feet to 1/10 of a foot, with the east at 2.8 feet, with the combined side yard setback being reduced from 5 feet to 2.9 feet. Also, relocating the required 203.87 square feet of rear yard open space to a proposed garage roof deck. And so the setback variations and the rear yard open space relocation variation are for construction of a garage roof deck on an existing garage that will be joined by an open bridge to an existing roof deck off the rear of the home. And at this time, I would like to turn to Rebecca Wone. Just please state your name and address for the record, please.
Rebecca Korak Wone, 831 West Lil.
And you're the applicant and owner?
Yes.
And you acquired the home, or I should say, your husband Peter acquired the home in 1993, and then you all moved in and you lived in there ever since. You had a garage and a shed on the property that was old and deteriorated and needed to be replaced. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, so you hired a design build contractor to construct a garage with a roof deck joined to your house, as I described, right?
Correct.
And you approved the plans, but then the design build contractor submitted the plans and got a permit, you subsequently discovered, for the garage without a roof deck. Is that
Correct.
correct? And then he built the garage and left you with significantly less rear yard open space. It wasn't usable, wasn't comparable to what's common in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you talked to the design build contractor, you said that he was told, or he told you that he was told that he could not build the garage roof deck as had been approved by you because it required zoning relief, but he had never told you before he got the permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
He just went ahead and got a permit for something less than what you had contracted for.
Yes.
Right. Okay, and so to correct the situation, ultimately you hired another architect, Foster Dale, who's here with us today, right?
Yes.
And you hired him to design the addition of the roof deck onto the garage that the design build contractor had built.
Yes.
He did so, and we are now seeking the zoning relief that would have been necessary at the time had the garage and roof deck been constructed together, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I also prepared an affidavit for you that sets forth the facts in greater detail. And if you were to testify further, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Foster, please state your name and business address for the record.
Foster Dale Architects, 3717 North Ravenswood, Suite 111, Chicago 60613.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois since 1997, and you are the principal architect for the project that's in question here. Is that correct?
Actually, I've been licensed since 1989.
Oh, okay. Even better. So you're familiar with the details of this project because you're the principal architect.
I am.
You were designed you were engaged to design the roof deck for the existing garage that had been built by the other contractor, and a bridge to join the roof deck to a deck on the rear of the house and a small expansion of that existing deck. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you advised that the zoning relief was required, and we proceeded with this. And could you design the garage roof deck without zoning relief?
Not at this point.
Okay. And if it were designed from scratch, could it have been designed without needing zoning relief?
Yes, that would have been possible.
Okay, but it would have required substantial changes to the original concept, and with the garage already built, it would have left them with an impractical rear yard and such. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And we submitted an affidavit on your behalf that you reviewed and signed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further, you'd be testifying consistently with what's set forth in that affidavit.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
The fact, proposed findings of fact that we submitted to this board. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, that's it. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Any questions from the board?
No.
We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next case is for 75, 476, North Lamora.
Afternoon.
Oh, I see, I see. All right, would everyone planning to testify please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joe Zaccardi. Zaccardi Law Offices, 77 West Washington, Suite 705, Chicago 60602. I represent MJKA LLC, which is the owner of the property at 2100 North Marmora, in connection with its two variation applications. The first is to reduce the rear setback from the required 30 feet to 2.56 feet for a one-story addition to the existing auto repair facility. The second is in connection with the application for variation to reduce the number of required off-street parking spaces from 2 to 0 for the one-story addition to that same existing auto repair facility. This project is both supported by the aldermen. It's also, we believe, will aesthetically improve the neighborhood and improve the value and quality of the surrounding area. With me is Mariusz, M-A-R-I-U-S-Z, Hill, H-I-L. He is the owner of MJKA. I'd like to call him to testify. Would you state your name, please?
My name is Mariusz Hill.
You're the owner of MJKA LLC,
Yes,
and that's the owner of the property at 2100 North Marmora.
yes,
And in connection with this application or these applications, did I prepare an affidavit for your review and signature?
yes,
And the information in that application is true and correct?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the questions and elicit that information in the affidavit, you'd be able to testify consistent with what's in that application today?
yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Any questions from the board? We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next three cases for 7723S, for 7823Z, for 7923Z, 2358 South Whipple.
All right, let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation for calendar number 47723S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a community center, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, National Museum of Mexican Art, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 15, 2023, version 2, prepared by Wallen Gomez Architects, LTD. Would everyone planning to testify, please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Counselor, you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lawrence Adelson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Chico and Nunes. I note I'm sitting in Alderman Chico's chair. I'm pleased to be presenting both an application for special use and applications for variances. This is a nice project. I'm going to let Mr. Carlos Tortolero describe it because he can do a much better job of it than I can. But for a little bit of background, this is a disused city-owned fire station. The city council has approved the donation sale of this property to the National Museum of Mexican Art, which is the applicant and my client, for their reuse in connection with their youth programs. Mr. Tortolero has raised the money to pay for the rehabilitation. It's RT4 zoning. We do require a special use. And because the existing building is out of conformance in respect to the setbacks and the parking that's available, we do require variances. I have with me today Maria Payo, who is a certified planner, and Mr. Gomez, who is the project architect, as well as Carlos Tortolero, who is the president and founder of National Museum of Mexican Art. If it's okay, I would call the planner and the architect first, and then let Mr. Tortolero describe.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Payo, please state your name and your business address for the record.
Sure. My name is Maria Pejot. I am Principal and Design Director at Urban Works. We are located at 125 South Clark. I am a licensed architect and certified planner.
And just for the record, the board does recognize Ms. Piot's expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you submit an affidavit in connection with this application for special use?
I did.
Are you familiar with the requirements for a special use?
I am.
And in your opinion, does this project meet those requirements?
Yes, it does.
If you were called to testify today, would you state the things that you stated in your affidavit and your letter?
I would.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Mr. Gomez, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Augustine Gomez. I'm the principal of Wallen Gomez Architects. We're located at 711 South Dearborn in Chicago.
And you are the project architect for this project?
Yes,
And you submitted an affidavit in connection with the applications?
yes, I did.
If you were called to testify today, would you reaffirm all of the statements in that affidavit?
Yes, I would.
I have no further questions for this witness. Mr. Tortolero, would you state your name?
Carlos Toledo, President, Founder of the National Museum of Mexican Art, 1852 West 19th Street in Pilsen.
And could you briefly let the board know what the plan is for this property?
I will happily talk all day long about your locality, but I promise to keep it brief because I like you guys, okay? Okay, Yoccali is a museum's youth program that serves youth ages from 13 to 25. And they're located in the Little Village community. It was established in 1997 and has served thousands of students since that time. We now see their alumni, they work as artists, arts administrators, educators, and more throughout Chicagoland, including the museum. Yollocalli is the only youth program in the country to have twice won the National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Award, once under Bush and once under Obama. Yollocalli, its leaders and students have won many awards, including the Field Foundation Award for New Chicago, the Brother Mike Award, Chicago Rising Star Award, and the Chicago Neighborhood Development Award. Through its programs, they train students in art, journalism, architecture, digital media, photography, and more, and also has a strong focus on social emotional development and college and career planning. The program is youth-driven. That's very, very important to us, with youth participating in decision-making and program development. Youth who participate in the program become more engaged in the community through events and individual and group projects. What's more, Yollocalli is well known throughout Chicago for the public mirrors that they've created. It's about 100, actually. At the moment, we serve 200 kids a year. No, wait, the moment we serve 250, students a year. And in our current location, and with the completion of this new facility, we will be able to add the same amount to it for a total of 500 students we'll be serving a year. This program is so vital to the well-being of our youth, our community. It provides them with a community of like-minded peers, access to caring adults, opportunities for development, and exposure to new places and ideas. The larger community has also let us know that they need a space like the firehouse for the community to have a chance to meet, have workshops and events. The space has potential to become an anchor for the whole community. We are grateful that the City Council approved the transfer and grateful to the ZBA for hearing the application today. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And this is a great project, it really is.
Thank you very much. I assume you're resting at that point?
I can't top, I can't do it. I can only make it work.
Are there any questions from the board?
Just quick question. What is your goal for completion? When do you hope to be finished?
As soon as you guys say yes, we have the funds in place. We actually have the money in place. So as soon as you guys give us all the permission, everything City Council, all the permits, everything, we're ready to go. Am I right, Senor?
One for the zoning permit, and once zoning is approved, we will go in for the full building permit. And I think come the spring, we will absolutely
We're
start it.
looking at about 9 months to 12 months.
Right, that's
Yeah,
exactly.
Sure.
And it's very, very important. I mean, you
As
have
long
a
as that
chance.
building department moves quick.
Uh-oh. If you have a chance to see our current program and see the kids in action, you would love it. I mean, it's their space. Every time I go, it's like I'm intruding. It's like, oh, he's here. So I try not to go too often, but they do a great program. And I think at the moment, Chicago, we need more programs like this. We really do.
Absolutely, absolutely. That sounds amazing. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you all three of you. Take care. I love these chairs, man.
Okay, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the continuances are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the withdrawal is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46223S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46423Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46623Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46723S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 46923S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 47023S and 47123Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 47223S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 47323Z and 47423Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 47523Z and 47623Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 47723S, 47823Z, and 47923Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 48023S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito. Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board at its November 17, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the written resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. Happy holidays, everybody, and we will see you in 2024.